Yo. Yes, sir. God damn. Mm. Oh, boy. Oh, it's so good. Okay. I am a member of Plum. Good old spice of Plum, man. Alright. Finish that fade up. Nice. Fuck yeah, dude. Boy is leveling up the best of them. Alright, time to go fight some bad guys. Fucking chokehold. Ah. Holy shit. That's a big... Oh, actually, let me help that, guys. Can't do everything. I'm gonna do a photo. No, the fuck I'm not. That motherfucker is saying that. Where he's at? Damn, all that shit. Oh, that's pretty sexy. We're gonna little while. Ooh, 8 fucking. Shit, not have shit. Mouse. I'm like, oh, that mouse. I'm like, oh look, bitch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Here's my witches, bro. I'm out on this fucking goof. Kenneth. That's right. The dude. mounts again. Well, I see something. Oh, God damn it. How much crystal would I need? That's what I want to tire I'd want, and I don't even know if it's still for sale. Let's see. A legacy warrior, it's like. Love it. It looks pretty dope. This shit looks fly as fuck. Holy shit. Oh, uh-oh. Street attire. School time, yeah. That is fly as fuck, I ain't gonna lie. You know what? Just realized crop top shirts, not gonna cut it. It's gotta be the vest and the sneakers. Shit's pretty fly. But okay. We'll get to it. It's so sad. I could choose again? Fuck that. What up, what up? Good stuff. Yo. To crush your enemies. One more. Excited for you, boy. What is going on? Ah! God damn it. There. Bush. Oh god, look at how fucking goofy I look. Ew. Oh man. No kind of swag. None. None at all. Jesus. Oh. Oh. Okay, Kristoff. Oh. So we'll see. Alright. Kick ass, baby! It's just a hostile presence. Nope. Ugh. It's disgusting. It's being dripless. Alright. Off to go down. Okay. Look at that fat motherfucker, man. Holy shit. Essences. Where's my phone? Okay, there we go. Now I'm doing it. This is. Oh boy. Good. Oh, that's nice. Oh. Quick break. Oh. Oh. Suda, Yanni Ray, Lavis. Man, I miss my chopo. Let's have one, man. Ah, there we go. That's what was it. Finish up this quest fucking 8! Huh. Can you not play music anymore? They took that out. Holy shit. Wow. Huh. Damn. You have music. Not much, though.
Goose and Ghost 4 represent more.
Man, is that the only fucking music I have on the hard drive? Hold on. Oh my god! I only have Ghouls and Ghosts 4 on here. Wow! I have no music. Yeah, that's cool. Let's see, there we go. Music on the stream. There we go, baby. I'm gonna eat. Hold on, man. Ah! Yo, I'm just shut out here, dude. Bro, what's weird? This dude is. What? Ooh. Now, what the fuck is this? Bro? Whoa! I'm confused. I'm so confused, bro. Just do a show, man. I'm so confused.
Yeah, we're now third day into day one. I feel like we got pretty much a better understanding of like how it plays. What I feel about it, what I feel about the roster. So our cameos, all this stuff, single player stuff, which I have done a bit of. We've done obviously the story mode, we've done a bit of invasions, haven't finished it. Now we know simple customization, so we can at least like talk about things a little bit. And here's what I have to give big credits. Just to summarize things and not beat around the bush too much. Do you like more than MK11? What's the game? Because to me, the most important thing is it's the game. Because it does feel different. It has some similarities to previous games that we've taken. But cameo stuff is just a whole new, wild assortment of what you can do. So the good news, the really good news is I have spent all 3 streams either training, practicing for my characters. I have spent it just grinding ranked matches and just playing a ton of matches online with people that are like way better than me, some that are on my skill level and I'm the way I go with these games. And I'm just like, dude, it's been 5 hours. Like, what the heck is going on? So it's fun. Like, I did not ever get that feeling of MK11. Just as retrospect, never got the feeling of MK11. Man, I just want to keep playing more and just get better at this. Like, it never really gave me that feeling, unfortunately, even though I really wanted it to. I was like, hoping the game was going to do that. So the part is that, yeah, I actually want to get better. I've only liked the character so far. I mean, a different character, David with the smoke, had a little bit of fun. There's a lot of optimization to figure out with smoke, so I'm looking forward to coming back to it because it's super fun. Didn't we mess around with Scorpion? In this game, I don't know if I like it very much. There might be some cameos that make it work out, but he is like the pinnacle, like different Scorpion than previous games. He's all about punishing people in the defensive. Like it's technically that he's not fixed. But the combos are super easy, so it's kind of easy to jump in and play him. Just to play very differently with him. And then third day, we play Reptile, and I spent about 3-4 hours back to training for Reptiles and some fighting people and stuff. Yeah, there's fun. Like, it seemed like, oh, this character seems kind of simple and basic, and his combos aren't that much. Then it's like, you start playing a bit, and it starts to open up. It's open up, you're like, oh, okay. Wait, I can do that later, I can do this. Now I can optimize this in the order. And now I'm at the point where I play online, and I'm not even remembering my strings because there's so much optimization of the combos I practice. I can't even do the combos I practice with people yet. Because there's just so many different ones. I'm like, what? That is a good feeling. Because next time I'm going to be hoping that lands. Next time I'm going to play my all of a sudden it's great. So I gotta say, wise, I am definitely having a lot of fun. Right? I'm definitely very much enjoying this situation of the game is giving me stuff to actually want to train. A lot of the training stuff from previous MK games at times can be like, what am I training even? Am I actually practicing a couple? Am I practicing a setup? Like, sometimes to me it's actually kind of fun to figure stuff out. That's a positive and bonus for MK1 is that I want to come back and I want to learn more. And there are some quick ones. Actually, this is more than that. Just put multiple versions of this game in betas and all that kind of stuff. I guess the damage of the game is really high, and I feel like the damage is high to sort of mitigate the fact that some of this comes other characters like playing show real speed of things. It's the way stuff, and you have to get used to it. It's not like a deterrent of the game in general. It's just, I think overall, I would like things to sped up a bit, just overall. A lot of people are like, Danny, combos go on for so long in this game. Like, 15 and 25-second combos. And then you do more damage than Mortal Kombat X, which is funny. More damage than you do like games like MKX. But the reason that is because the speed of strings is really slow. So like a 3-hit string or a 2-hit string, when you continue a combo, just naturally takes longer to execute. It takes about twice as long to execute as MKX, just for comparison, right? Where you can 11. So because of that, you have these like kind of slower strings, combining with other slower strings, and potentially some slower specials, and you can really long combos. Like you're just watching this. And really, specifically a bad thing, but to me, it's kind of funny how it feels.
Look, someone's already here. Oh dear, is that a sword in the stump? Bad idea. Really bad idea. It takes a lot less than that to incite the Green Wrath, you know? Why, the first time we came to the 12's room, we
this
almost
our
ended up
dark
as a
stranger?
dinner, just for crashing our airship in the wrong place.
No, not this
It was
one.
all Papolino's fault. You know it?
Well, not exactly, but we did once share.
How are the readings?
Same as the last. There is a disturbance here. Kuplo Kop seems convinced of your innocence. But if this isn't your doing, whose is it?
Ever since the calamity, the forest's been really sensitive. The slightest disruption to the etheric flow, and this sort of thing happens.
It seems we have little choice.
Story battle. is.
Hear, feel, think. Crystal Bearer. I am Heidelin, all made one. A light there once was that shone throughout this realm, yet it hath since grown dim. And as it hath faltered, so hath darkness risen up in its stead, presaging an end to life. For the sake of all, I beseech thee, deliver us from this fate.
Wow.
The power to banish the darkness dwelleth in the crystals of light. Journey forth and lay claim to them. By thy deeds
I'm just
shall the
correcting this now because
crystals reveal
it's a
themselves to thee.
I made multiple references to certain very possible motion values, which measures a percentage of damages an attack will hit. It's like a monster quantity. And in almost every instance, I end up with them confidence values. So that's not what they're called. They're called motion values. Okay, let's go. There are 91 Ashes of War in total. Some are bad, some are sad, some are blatant reiterations of spells and other abilities you find elsewhere in the game. You can charge, you can thrust, you can bash, you can ass pound. This is one thing with the videos like Red where I'm actually afraid of whether my opinions on some of these will end up with being wanted dead by a fraction of the wanted dead. This video is sponsored by Number 91, White Shadows. I already have enough stray stones to build a well-insulated house with, and I can grab a number of bow darts, just aim them at the ground in front of something, and the AI almost always detects the sound and moves towards it. The art of distraction is something we've all been perfecting for years, so why be charging MP for what's functionally the same thing as just chucking a stone in front of someone's line of sight? I'm not saying it doesn't work, it's efficient enough at actually distracting you and holding their attention for a few seconds. So what's important is Shadow Bait, available in a good couple areas early, while only asking 13 faith, completely voids any reason to go after this action. If you find this Shadow a fraction of the length. Number 90, Great bows are already shafted enough as is. They can't be infused. The only great bow you can infuse already has this as a default skill. And the fact that it uses standard scaling reason to use
This is Papalimo. We found
cannot be charged indefinitely. They can only pierce enemies if they aren't shielding. And if I may, what's the point of piercing enemies when the entire focus of the game, combat-wise, is locked on and isolating single targets? I'm playing Borderlands now, but so let's wind up a trick shot on a crowd of oblivious chunk of fucks stumbling towards you in convenient single-file formation. This is the kind of shit you see in first-person shooters. Alright, you know what? We're spinning chain. You go on and make an action grab something that already has chain. Why can't we have that? What, you afraid we're gonna throw a fucking twin plate or something? Number 89, Sky Shot. I don't think I'm the first person to actually observe this, but trying to use Rain of Arrows without the necessary FP literally just does this ash in its place. Rain of Arrows can be used on all bows, unlike Sky Shot, which can only be placed on light and regular sized bows. It's only ever good at dealing with ranged enemies because of the surprisingly okay reach, and because ranged enemies usually stay the fuck still, concealing the ash's downright shameful tracking when pursuing a moving target. Of the few situations this can actually perform well in, Rain of Arrows will consistently be the better option to such a conclusive length that Sky Shot would honestly be better if it just didn't use FB. Number 88, Barrage. See how many bow ashes we've listed so far? This is why people don't like bows. Barrage is a good skill to have if you're a status build, not so good if you're built for literally anything else. But as an actual word, it runs into the same problems. It can only be equipped on light bows, and the only bow that doesn't start out with this ash by default is the composite bow. Hence, I'm for it, but I would like having Mighty Shot on a light bow for the extra damage and range. Two departments' light bows tend to lack in compared to their beefier counterparts. Mighty Shot on a light bow gives us one of the only examples in the game where a bow build can actually be flexible. I have no idea why I would just get rid of that. Number 87, the Sweep. Holy shit, this thing is dejectedly bad. I tried to clear out a horde of those rot zombies by the Rocky balcony to test its range, and the damage was so bad I gaslit myself into thinking I was missing something about the skill, and ended up testing it for the next 5 minutes just to see I wasn't doing something wrong. I don't know what ash ended up being cut for the sake of splitting a previously good skill into two separate shitty ones, but if you're waiting on some transparent feedback, I think you fucked up. Damage just barely climbs past the standard R1 while only having a movement value of 250, which is total garbo for an ash exclusive to heavy weapons. Just get rid of it. And if it's on a weapon by default, replace it as soon as possible. Number 86, Poison Moth Flight. You have no idea how hard I tried to muscle this one out of last place, so I think this spot is as good as anyone with as kind a soul as I can ever stand giving it. Highly telegraphed, easy to dodge, closes just enough distance to say it's a distance closer, but not enough to ever be useful in most situations. Against enemies vulnerable to poison, it's great, but then again, you have Scarlet Rot options like Ant Spur, a giant dragon head, a flower, a rotted avatar club, a clean rot soldier, scorpion stinger, and a fucking dog. The utility between poison and rot is oceans wide, and giving us a slightly deadlier variant of it does nothing but make us feel silly, especially when we don't even receive it until killing a Knight's Cavalry in the middle of a rotted swamp. Number 85, Assassin's Gambit. With the right talisman and armor setup, you can replicate this effect without ever needing to cast a spell and use dash. But you also have magic like Unseen Form and Assassin's Approach to help you out. The ultimate point being, why the fuck would I ever use an ash like this and deal with this self-harm penalty when I can just dig around in my inventory for a few seconds and have a good chance of finding something with a similar effect? The fact that there's any health penalty to begin with results in one of the most hilariously hopeless strategies PvP has ever seen, because although your body is hidden, yes, you just took damage, and it never seems to work for you in PvP. It has something to do with stupid things, some far above dipshit head beating everyone towards you like someone trying to turn off their car alarm. Number 84, the Kick. It's good against shields. That's all I have to say about it. Number 83, Sacred Ring of Light. In comparison to its bigger brother, Ring of Shite is condescendingly bad. It's the type of bad that makes you wonder why it even climbed out of bed this morning if this is the best effort it can give. The lifespan on the bullet itself is only a half second, and still gets caught on walls despite being smaller than Nicholas' variant. And attack with these of 65, which is damage I would sooner scratch my balls with. Most other Sacred Affinity Ashes outperform this across the board, from Sacred Blade to Holy Ground all the way down to Shared Fucking Order. Number 82, Spear Off. This feels like a bygone relic of the past. Even in Dark Souls 3, its utility in PvP was negligible. It does underwhelming damage, and the animation would be red like a flipper. The cheap cost and higher MV on the stance heavy is offset by the incredibly slow recovery time and lack of flexibility. It can only be placed on straight swords, making it one of the most restrictive weapon ashes in the entire game. Additionally, this skill being the default on most straight swords out of the box makes this ash kind of useless. I'd understand if maybe you could throw this on great swords too, but for some reason they decided the stance skill should be hacked into two separate skills, so I guess that pool's pretty saturated enough. Number 81, Fox's Barrier. 0 FP cost can't save this feat. You've already spoiled us with indefinite casting, good enough FP efficiency, and ease of access by giving it to a merchant NPC right outside the entrance to the second main area. You even put a great item right next to him just to make sure we had zero reason not to go and pick it up. But making it a shield dash and tying it to parry frames just completely erases the appeal. I liked having a lazy fuck everything button that let me walk through near automata levels of bullet spam. That's but if you're making me put in some effort for it, then I might as well just throw on Kari in retaliation and forget you ever showed this to me. Number 80, Spinning Weapon. No, not the actually useful skill on the Regal Scepter that gives you a cool blue weapon trail. No, I'm talking about the one that barely extends 6 inches past the front of your face. The way the weapon is oriented during the spin means weapon length ultimately doesn't matter, unless maybe you're trying to smash some birds with it. There's a decent argument to be made on flails, since all the useful flails have an AoE, but it almost never matters because the range of the skill is so paper thin that it's only ever useful on the defensive. And if you're a status build, you kind of need to be proactive. Catch someone standing still and not paying attention, because that's the only way to hit something consistently. Number 79, Parry. It's a parry. Not sure what you want from me, but you should hurry up and move on. There's nothing else. Number 78, Moretta's Slash. Horribly underwhelming in PvP due to it being so telegraphed, it might as well come with its own raid siren. It's really a shame that some of the coolest looking weapon actions end up with hideous performance. The weapon rarely ever reaches past the level of decent, and that's only with certain affinities on specific weapons. A magic affinity, cross-knocking out of resistance is a solid choice. The end scaling on the Claimant's Harpoon also brings a good bit of damage out of it, but aside from a few other weapons, it scarcely does anything that's all too impressive. But hey, look at me, I'm in the air, oh shit! Number 77, Spinning Strikes. I'm not sure what the hell this needs. Less FP cost for sustaining a spin. Now, people almost never get hit by it anyway, so that wouldn't change anything. More hyper armor wouldn't hurt, but you're still begging to get ass blasted by 5 different colors of cosmic nonsense if you're more than 10 feet away from someone. The only edge this really gives you is against people who constantly underestimate the reach of the R2, which I guess isn't too unlikely to happen because no one ever uses it. Still, this Ash is fun to use in PvE settings, but it almost never feels necessary. It's not even that it's bad, it's just every proficiency it has can be found on another much better Ash. Number 76, Stormclaw. Physical is a word I thought I knew the definition of. Physical projectiles seem pretty straightforward to me as well, but in Miyazaki land, things work a little different. Apparently, physical projectiles means anything that doesn't have any kind of elemental damage tied to it, like Udon's arrows, big fuck-off hurdles. It also doesn't consider regular arrows as physical projectiles, because I guess they're just fast or allergic to making sense or something. This Ash runs off. Bestial Sling? And rocks. Lots of rocks. No, wait, come back. Okay, fine. Now we've made it to where you can block the spark aromatic too. It's not fire damage from soft. Well, you see, are you starting to see the fucking problem? Number 75, the Upward Cut. The recovery time is slow as expected with an Ash that requires you to basically deadlift a giant sheet of metal, and it leaves you just as vulnerable as you'd expect to, because whipping this is practically the same as showing your ass to the person you're dueling and saying, here, bet you can't. There are very few attacks out there that can actually get Crucible Knights to flinch, and this is one of them. So this gets an automatic okay rating at the very least. Sadly, there's very little situations where this Ash to really shine, even if it is fun murder flipping fuckers over small mouse. Number 74, Carian Greatsword. Obviously, the giant blue sign you're swinging over your head as an attack warning doesn't suit you too well in duels, but the stopping power is more than enough in PvE to clear out anything steadily jogging towards you in a convenient straight line, which apparently happens more than you think. Shame the hyper armor it gives you is about as durable as a cardboard box, so you pretty much have to work it in with a bit of foresight no matter what situation you're using it in. Number 73, Shared Order. I heard other players toss around compliments like cost efficient when referring to Shared Order, but I'm starting to think cost efficiency just isn't as big a deal as everyone wants it to be. Ducks, you're here to put your Nissan to avoid buying a booster seat as cost efficient doesn't mean you're impressing anyone by doing it. Being an orc buff brings it directly in conflict with Golden Vow and Rallying Standard, and even if it didn't, I still know myself well enough to know I would only use this in dungeons to keep the skeleton population from growing at an alarming rate. Number 72, Ground Slam. Not only is it highly telegraphed, but with an equally obvious player trajectory that tells people exactly where you're going to land. Additionally, it has that distinct auditory cue of some big glowing whoosh, so even if I'm not paying attention to anything on my screen, it's still immediately obvious that someone's ass is about to land on my crippled body here in the next 2 seconds. It deals a fixed value of physical damage, which means it scales off of your player's stats and not the weapon itself. And 260 isn't bad base damage by any means, but with certain ashes, I feel like having it scale up the weapon level is much less of a hassle. You also only get that damage at the dead center of the AoE, making this skill really worthless if your ash cheeks land anywhere other than right on someone's face. Number 71, Golden Slam. As telegraphed and as accuracy demanding Ground Slam often is, it's easy to look at it and see that it was missing a couple of tweaks from turning it into something really great. One of the things it certainly wasn't missing was an even louder audio that lets me some zip codes about to receive a holy golden ass now. They can patch in a Metal Gear style exclamation point over your head, and I genuinely don't think it would change how players react to this. The Golden Slam demands even more precision with a base physical damage of 308 at dead center, but bringing out to a timid, disappointing 132 for the AoE. So if you can actually land it, then yes, marginally better than Ground Slam at the expense of being able to use it with less affinities. Number 70, Harian Grandeur. In almost every single way possible, it's as exactly as effective as its greatsword counterpart in PvP scenarios, but if you're willing to spend the extra half second to charge it to finality, it'll end up doing a few hundred more points of damage on average. I can't deny the damage on a weapon that's built around it, but dedicating an entire build around an ash like this also has problems. A tier list video isn't gonna be this. Number 69, Charge Forth. It actually isn't that bad. The voice changes in patch 1.10 did kinda help this one out a bit. If you've overcommitted to an attack with a long recovery, it's actually pretty easy to get caught by the initial couple hitboxes. It deals just slightly less damage than you would expect, and this is doubly true on the lost weapons, but the fact that it's pierce damage gives it a bit more utility against well-armored enemies, and there's some PvP to underestimate the reach of the final stab. It's far from competent, especially with the 16 FP and higher than average recovery time, but it's in a much better spot than where it started. Number 68, Troll Scroll. I've seen a lot of different lists that have this ash somewhere in their bottom 10, and my durable attention span can never stick around long enough to hear why, but I feel like we can stand to give that follow-up attack a touch more credit than what we're giving it. It's not awful. It is pretty bad, don't get me wrong, but if the follow-up consistently isn't landing on anything, that might be because you're just targeting the wrong enemies. If this knockback on the core AoE is what positions an enemy to take the follow-up. It should be used in the middle of the ground with small, fast enemies like imps, enemies that aren't fast enough to retaliate after being staggered by the first half, like the scaling Misbegotten. With all that said, it's gonna take some work for that follow-up to pull any weight, and if you really wanted to dedicate yourself to this ash, that follow-up is gonna whisk right through empty air half the time. But I think the huge damage is worth the foresight it takes to land it. Number 67, Mighty Shot. I'm far from saying this ash is even kinda good, but there are a lot of little surprises with this one that I don't think too many people are aware of. A Mighty Shot does around 50% more damage, 53% to be exact, and 70% per status build-up than a regular arrow, which actually ends up being very serviceable when using ammunition with a high base status build-up like Serpent or Spirit Flame arrows. And even with 0 FP, it still gives arrows an attack 116, so it's still technically more valuable than just launching arrows normally. Number 66, Lightning Slash. If I really want to make a case for it, I just say how effective it is against the Ductor versions and just move on. The downward slash is surprisingly strong, and key and lightning affinity weapons have the added benefit of both the slash and the lightning bolt scaling off the same stat. But lightning damage being what it is means it has some difficulty standing out in the later parts of the game. And unless you're trying to bait a trait, you're better off up on getting anything with this in PvP. Number 65, No Still. It erases the currently equipped skill of left-handed weapons so you can actually use your main hand weapon skill to its fullest extent instead of grabbing shit with a fortune time. It's the quality of life match that doesn't flex its muscles things like damage numbers quickly, but instead being able to use offhand shields while defaulting to the skill of the weapon with the right hand. I have no feelings for this ash at all. Number 60. As I've repeated countless times, trying to bring any utility out of holy damage that doesn't involve exploring skeleton-infested dungeons or going on a bird-murdering expedition is just making things harder for yourself. It's more bugged than a derelict New York apartment, so people think stacking it with other bugs you literally shouldn't stack it with is completely intentional. It's not bad, I think it's about as good as a holy weapon buff can be, I'll say that. Number 60, blood tax. Whether or not you prefer this repeating thrust ultimately depends on your situation, mainly in what shape your health is in, obviously. Putting a blood affinity on a weapon with repeating thrust ends up giving you the exact same status buildup due to the motion values being the exact same, but blood tax deals around a quarter less damage on average, while also healing you for 12% of your max HP, plus 140 if the entire Ash connects. When it comes down to it, the only advantage this has of repeating thrust is the heal, which is honestly a pretty strong edge. Otherwise, they're mechanically the exact same skill. Number 62, Golden Land. I really don't like putting this ash here because I think it's one of the most, and for that matter, one of the select few holy ashes that are actually competent in something. But I feel like it's too competent in a couple different areas in a way that makes it feel indecisive and not multifaceted. What's the point of attaching a follow-up melee R2 with the range of the holy darts? Obviously, one needs to snipe it straight in from the next county over. If you're aiming the entire thing point blank at something right in front of you, it'll practically disintegrate the motherfucker. But as powerful as it looks, it's surprisingly easy to just run away from it. Still, it's got the style points and it actually makes holy damage look decent, which is reason enough to use it whenever you need. Number 61, Storm Assault. In PvE, it's hard to think of a more reliable ash. It true combos into itself if anything is hit by the initial cyclone. It's great on halberds, and if you can time the poise damage right, it's not too uncomfortable to trigger stance break use the cyclone, leading into a massive hit with the plunge. This gives it some use in PvP scenarios, but not a lot. It's still better to head into duels with something a bit less predictable, and just because you have instant hyper armor that makes the first cyclone easy to land, a low time dodge can still escape the following plunge and just leave you vulnerable to punishment. Number 60, Rad. So this shield bash, I think, is determined on the exact shield you're using. Shields like Spike's Palisade and Flip the Blood Loss making the charge really strong for status builds. But using the surprise factor of shield bash always gets better results. But the crash definitely does a little in PvE situations. It's not like it's completely impossible to score a hit with this offline, since gamers tend to get overconfident in moves and end up taking hits when they shouldn't. It can also knock down a long list of enemies that are just flat out big. Stallions, demi-human chiefs, Kale dogs, and crows. Very few enemies don't get staggered by these buttons. Number 59, Spectral Lance. It's not the most competent ash out there for two reasons. One, the obvious lack of damage that everyone's aware of. And two, the speed of the projectile has about 35, just barely enough to outpace lightning spear. This means if what you're aiming can dodge it, it almost certainly will. This majorly limits the ash to either big, slow enemies that have enough poise to withstand more than a few shots.
Yeah, but I think
Enemies that can get
some of them?
it's pretty exciting when the land is a solid ranged option for builds that normally wouldn't have them, but if it stands damage or after, it's usually a more effective way to put someone on their ass. Number 58, Hero. It's easily avoidable if you know it's coming, but breaking with an ash like this is just impossible. Wonderful amount of hyper armor. It works great on ground since lava lingers on the ground, decent zoning if you're being invaded, but the fact that it's only available on heavy armaments is extremely limiting for no reason. At least made it available on axes and hammers. Wouldn't look any stupider than using it on a fucking impale, but you can do that no problem. It's not as straightforward as Flaming Strike or Flaming Red Mains, which I maintain might still be better options across the board, but the DOT aspect of the lava gives it extra potential for damage in the right situations. Specifically situations where whoever you're smacking this down on is standing still, oblivious, or just doesn't fucking care. Number 57, Gravitas. It honestly breaks my heart breaking this one so low. My emotions want it to be A tier so badly because it's helping out so much. It's so unbelievably fun going around LARPing as a riot police wizard, decimating crowds of mobs, bitch slapping nerds out of the sky, blowing out your eardrums because the voice break audio cue played 5 times over itself. But speaking strictly from a practical standpoint, this shit just isn't as good as people think it is. Gravitas is 3 overlapping AoEs that each deal 60 magic damage, which means someone at dead center will take 60 magic damage 3 times. Not 180 damage, but 60 damage 3 times. This is a very important distinction to make when dealing with flat defenses, and it's also the main reason this shit is so terrible in the early game. You deal flat to voice damage no matter what, which I just disagree with. And I learned the hard way that the initial ground stab can apparently be fucking parried. Number 56, Lightning Ram. The only kind of roll spamming that should ever be allowed. Surprisingly works extremely well in rules and invasions just because no one knows how to react when they hear the distinct sound of a goat moaning its nuts off and they think they're having a mental breakdown. It deals flat physical and lightning damage, meaning it scales off with player stats and not the weapon level. So you can stick it on a +0 dagger in your left hand and still get decent damage. It can carry fights pretty well if you have a build centered around it with stuff like Wolfgoat's Talisman, but heavy armor probably isn't something you're too interested in if you're considering dex ashes. Number 55, Repeating Thrust. The only reason I would prefer this one over Bloodbags is that it doesn't force you into bleed status. If you're vibing more of a frostbite or poison build, Repeating Thrust isn't a problem because it's compatible with all affinities. It actually ends up being marginally better than Blood Tax in damage despite being able to inflict the same amount of status, so in most situations I would prefer this to its counterpart. Otherwise, both of these are about as exciting as a hospital waiting room, so number 54, Spin Slash. Most people call that because they're actually completely balanced with what they are. Spinning Slash depends on what class of weapons you're using it with and why you're using it. Spinning Slash is made up of 4 different animations, each of which varies slightly in speed due to the weight of the weapon. Most one-hand weapons use the first animation, great swords and heavier weapons use the following 2, and then twin blades use the third. This is important because the poison fees on animations 1 and 4 are 290 compared to the 230 you get with heavy weapons, meaning you're technically getting more output with using either one-handed weapons or twin blades. Some twin blades have pretty high base damage, and some axes have decent poison damage while using the first set of animations, which is where that 290 really starts doing some good fails. We look at the Nakakiba, which pretty much dupes your opponent to constantly underestimating its reach, so have fun with that. Number 53, Poisonous Mist. Why is this one not lower on the list, Rusty? Poison sucks, huh? It does, viewer. It's as capable as a pair of gelatin dentures. But you know what doesn't suck? The build-up. The fact that it accumulates a good 8-9 times faster than regular Poison Mist, in addition to the 4-second lingering hitbox, makes this Ash what Poison Mothflight wishes it was. 120 build-up every 7 seconds needs it. You misjudge that lingering hitbox by so much as a skin of your eyelids. You're feeling those consequences for the rest of the game. And even though poison does become incredibly useless after a couple areas, it still shreds through shit early game just as much as it does you. So by no means would I ever advocate for not using it. It's constantly underestimated, and it always poisons something as long as you know how to place the list. Number 52, Battle for Dominant. This game is fast. Maybe not Bloodborne fast, but fast enough for 30 frames of invulnerability to at least a little feeling when you're staring down the throat of a giant space orc. Yes, this shit nullified grab attacks, and the fact that it's highly spammable means it can block entire attack sequences like waterfowl with a bit of precision. I think being too lazy to dodge is highly underrated in a game like this. Sometimes you're on a sliver of health with a solid RTSR setup and just don't want to take the chance. Being averse to risk doesn't make you bad, it just makes you a coward. I think. That's all. Number 51, Horrible's Earthshaker. Even though I personally prefer the speed of the original Earthshaker Ash, the measure of each really just depends on what you're using it. Horrible's Earthshaker has the benefit of 2 chainable shockwaves with a radius that's really hard to eyeball, making it great gank repellent, and its usability on all armaments can give weapons with shorter reach like fists and daggers a reliable AoE option. The standard Earthshaker, on the other hand, is a much quicker draw and is usually preferred against 1 or 2 stronger targets. It deals a fixed amount of physical damage that scales off the blade's strength, which some people would look at as a heavier investment, and timing it with being invaded is pretty much synonymous with riding spread eagle and giving everyone a free jumping heavy on your nuts. Number 50, Sacred Blade. I seriously wasn't expecting this Ash to end up this high, but y'all really need to give this a chance. The flat holy damage buff that sticks around depth of the projectile is useful for dungeon exploring where skeletons are a guarantee. It can reliably put down death burns and battle mages, and putting this on a colossal weapon gives it a pretty quick attack option on a weapon type that desperately needs it. I get that straightforward projectiles are generally frowned upon for their lack of efficiency in PvP settings, things, but this Ash comes with a neat trick up its sleeve. Even if you are interrupted before the attack actually comes out, you still walk away with the holy damage buff because it's applied super early in the animation. Number 49, Storm Stomp. It's good. It's really good. Additionally, if whoever you're targeting has 101 poise, you can forget about this Ash doing anything. But it's a solid gank repellent simply because there's no way 3 of these guys have that much poise, right? It comes in extremely quick, and the punish window is tiny enough to pretty much be negligible in most cases. The accumulated poise damage after a good 5 uses can be enough to shred the stallions, and the stagger lasts long enough to open windows with true combos all the way up to an all-in-one from a colossal weapon. And I get that telling gank squads not to use lingering hitboxes. Hyper armor is like telling Yelford Von Yellington, esteemed Baron of Yellsborough, to even tone down the yelling a bit. But a big part of online appeal also comes from figuring out how to deal with those oppressive tactics, like just having 101 poise out of the gate and imagining this stupid look on your opponent's face when the stomp just doesn't take. Number 48, Lifesteal Fist. I'm doing my best to rank these as objectively as possible, so it makes me a bit sour that I have to place one of my favorite occult dashes around the mid-tier range. But as cool as I think it looks and feels, consistent is the one thing it is not. Counting it as a critical hit means it gets a nice handy boost from the dagger talisman, and it also means it's unnecessarily difficult hitting anything on an incline steeper than the curvature of the fucking planet. It's one of the only occult dashes that scale off weapon level and the player stat, and slapping on a weapon buff like Scholar's Armament or Electrify Armament apparently helps this out quite a bit. It is a suspiciously large amount of health. Not sure how a flat magic buff is throttling damage this hard, but this Ash has been overlooked for almost the entirety of the game's lifespan, so I'm perfectly willing to look the other way and not ask questions. Number 47, Raptor of the Mists. There's a lot going on with this weapon Ash, and if for whatever reason you put this on a dagger or something and kept whipping the follow-ups, then I guess I can't blame you too much for not giving this further consideration. It has a really weird learning curve to it, but this Ash actually has many strange convenient uses, like dodging the chariots and heroes career dungeons, or just ducking below certain attacks with wide sweeping hitboxes that don't touch the ground, like thrusting attacks from knights. The FB only being consumed upon dodging and not upon initial activation of the skill makes it prone to spamming and a loop of pain to deal with in the PvP. It's fun to use, and it's got a lot of weird limit practical benefits, but it's not something I'd break my back over. Number 46, Shield Bash. It does piss damage, it barely voice breaks anything anymore after 1.09, and once I have to upgrade my shield all the way to plus 25 is immediately muffled by the fact that I'd rather just dedicate those smithing stones to an axe or something, because I'm not Captain fucking America. But the hyper armor on this Ash could probably contend with the blast force of an atom bomb, let alone trade against things like Dragon Claw. That's even close to you, just stumbles backward like they forgot how many legs they have. And no one ever expects you to whip this out if you're main-handing a unique weapon, so it's practically free damage the first time you use it. Number 45, Enchanted Shot. If this thing fires, you're just fucked. Either time your dodge within the air-long window, or just rush the shit out of whoever's firing at you. You do not want that arrow to go off. Do everything in your power to stop that animation. In PvE, it's targeting single enemies that will try to run or just be annoying to fight. The range on the arrows is just disgusting to the point of almost feeling scummy in certain cases. It's great for chasing down low HP stragglers in PvP, and they will never be at a single sliver, because this does all the damage of a potato peeler being launched by a rubber band. Number 44, Sword Dance. It has some similarities to Spinning Slash that's vital to understanding how it works and what weapon you should put it on. Like before, one-handed swords use the first animation, great weapons use the second, halberds and reapers use the third, and twin blades use the fourth. Sword Dance is much friendlier towards all weapon types instead of just being kind of better with 2 versus the others. The initial 2 attacks have a surprising amount of hyper weapons like axes and katanas. Great weapons usually eat that shit up like a midnight snack, so it's really satisfying watching strength build get tripped up by what they think is essentially a vegetable skew in comparison. Great weapons and polearms give you slower animation, but higher MVs and a longer stagger if it hits, but committing to the second half of the skill is honestly asking someone to reach behind you and second butthole. Number 43, Bloody Slash. The reach of this skill, I think, might be one of the most underestimated just because so few people use it, and that leads to landing powerful damage on you debatably just too short. Against gank squads, Judgment among you sometimes be very lacking, which ultimately leads to them getting hit by stupid shit like this stupid Ash, for instance, with 50 plus HP for use means it's quite the gamble to just mindlessly fling this out without decent vigor, and the debilitatingly slow recovery understandably negates a lot of interest people would have in the skill, but the damage it's capable of is well worth whatever mind games you have to play to position people in front of it. Toss this on a Plombeerge and the damage output starts to become comical. Number 42, Holy Ground. The sheer rejection of damage this Ash gives you is more than enough to at least be considered on any build. It stacks with so many other healing items and incantations. It lasts for 35 seconds, which is a shitload of time in both tools and in boss fights. The 30 FP to launch it is a bit of a steep price, but it makes sense for the value of the Ash. I might consider casting a preemptive zoning spell to make sure I don't get clobbered during the long windup, but the fact that it can be slapped on smaller shields means I can just have this in my inventory, cast it, and then slam that shit back into my cargo pants and two-handing my spy hand. Just be careful if someone decides to counter zone the area by throwing on some chilly mist right on top of the holy ground, because, yeah, then you probably could be able to use it. Number 41, Flame of the Red Mains. 10 fucking stance damage is pretty pathetic, at least compared to its greener big brother at 30, so it's definitely not investing in if you already have your eye on something like Lion's Claw or Giant Hunt. But 180 base fire damage is still pretty jacked, and any projectile that's slow enough to mess with people's heads can always be followed up with another attack they weren't counting on. It penetrates enemies, making it useful for clearing clouds of Mirandas, zombies, vulgar militia, invaders, and scaling with strength means it can give weapons like the Bloodstained Dagger and the Starfist a decent ranged option. Number 40, Lion's Claw. The sheer agility with which you can just fling this shit out, combined with the damage potential on high-level builds, makes this an Ash that's truly in a class of its own. And if I'm ranking this based solely on damage prospect...
Alright, let's... Ooh. Come on, level 50 yet? Hell no. This is just started this character. Archer. I want to play some fucking sweet tin later on. Although I probably should have went on Mage class because I really do like Blue Mage. I'm fucking around with that, but it's not good. Yes, it's got restrictions. I just like fucking around with it. Yeah. Yeah, easily backwards. It's fun to fuck around with. Circlet, I'll move in earrings. I don't care about those. Nope. Oh no, I'm just playing fresh. So, not skipping anything. Yeah. $32. Oof. $32, yeah. Yeah, good times. I said 32, good times. I am turning 37 next month. Oh, I appreciate that. Hey, another question. Another code for the rest of the year. That's good. Where's old damn what's beauty? Sad. Maybe you're really trying. It's kind of funny to think about how far age is now versus how old it was back when I was way younger. So somebody in their 80s. Let's see. Ooh. I keep telling my boy every time we talk about like we'll talk about people like getting transition and stuff like that. I'm like, bro, I just need cyberpunk technology to be real. It'll solve all this bullshit. What up, Skip? What's going on, brother? It's like when everybody can put their fucking brains and stuff into cybernetic bodies, man, it won't matter. It literally won't matter anymore. You want to be a wolf person? Go for it. Yeah. Jumbo Rare is nice. Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's like, I'm trying to think, like, it's just somebody born and like, the 40s is now in their 80s. Not really that long ago, man. Think about it. Yeah. I don't know, maybe one day. Tell you what, I definitely won't be the first to volunteer for that shit. We're like, oh, who's gonna be the first to try? Not me. Not I. Yeah. What's that movie called that Bruce was? Where they were transferring to bodies and used them for start. What the fuck that movie's called? Let me see it. Find this shit real quick. Web browser here in Steam, man. Surrogates. Yeah. Be interesting to see if there's some way to mimic that. But like movie surrogates. It's like have you ever seen it? Okay, so there's a similar concept to what you were talking about right there in that. So like they'll have a completely like robot bodies, like android bodies, and they essentially pilot them, like jack themselves into like this whole apparatus, and they use these bodies and they just essentially live their lives through these fucking android bodies. They can feel and all this other stuff. The main character that Bruce Willis plays is a cop, and something happens. The surrogate bodies are like, so you do all kinds of crazy shit. It's great for a police officer, right? And he's a detective on his case. So something really fucked up happens, and he loses the surrogate body. Not able to use it. And so now he has to go back to being like a normal detective for like a good chunk of the movie. He's having to investigate this fucking crime. I think that someone's killing surrogates and stuff, surrogate bodies. And now he has to deal with his normal human body, which is extremely risky, of course, yeah. It's like, okay, it's a pretty cool concept. But yeah, that'd be interesting for like dangerous work, you know, like working in mines or working around radioactive materials and shit like that. Even doing things in space just to be able to do something kind of plug into something. And then, hey, there's this completely replicated version of yourself that is like 5 times as capable physically as you are. And you go and do whatever job you gotta do with it. Yeah. Be interesting to see what kind of metals and material we find. Good old story. I was saying, good old story. Always wonderful quests. And here it is. My character's just looking goofy as fuck. In-game on it. And once I get paid, I got this. I guess it cost me $0.06. Yeah. This shit is horrendous. I really wish all your fucking accounts were separate all the servers and stuff, so I can have like access to all the stuff I bought over the years. Yeah, not a big deal, but I wish it wasn't like that. Yeah, I absolutely love stuff. Yeah. I absolutely have stuff that I can't buy anymore that I would like to use. It's stuck on another game. It's a bug. So, alright. Well, that quest finished up there. Alright. Let's see. Bunch of lazy robots, saw people being, yeah. You're learning avoidance. Yay, training. Oh shit. Oh shit. Right.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba.
It's a training line. Sweet. All right. Is it in the general settings? Let's see. Oh, shit. Run right now. Thanks. Game 7. Alright, cutscenes. Get play right. Do this and do cutscenes. Yep. Oh. Do shit. That sounds great. Size, battlefield, blah blah blah. Okay, let's take a quick break. Oh shit! It's tough to be a man, baby. Yes, sir. Jesus. We are back. Alright, let's see what the training cycles. Okay. All right. Great. I know, Jesus. Yeah. Hunting things is fine. But plus, I was gonna say plus, it's really nice that you can just chain together skills with that. Man. Sure. Jackal. Oh. Yeah.
Hey, what's good, YouTubers? This is Mustin from the One Ops. Got a lot of stuff done today. Today we did part for Donut Plane, Cloud.
Oh shit.
We did the Hunter Club. It's solo.
All right. Boss time.
And we did
Shit.
Rainbow Road, which is
Oh, fuck it.
sequenced, but it's good times. So we got a lot of good people on there. Barbara, our part today.
Oh. Oh.
So got a lot done today, and a lot more coming. I'm gonna do some editing right now, and I hope that you stick around, and check us out next week. Hopefully we should be getting some vocals done and getting this album out pretty soon.
All right. There's some lot of stuff. In-room valve. Yay. Okay. That does. Huh. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. Uh, go. I heard stuck a stupid ass. Mouse again, fuck. just walk around on foot and just play the fuck out. Ooh. Oh, no, no. That was very. Put me down here. Yes, sir. Whip. Ha! Jesus. No, it was just. Oh shit. Right. Silly, man.
Spring Spence, this end, one. very good competition. While it's fun and stuff, same its flexibility-wise, it's straightforward concept and easy use. It's mean distance closer. It has hyper arc that activates as quickly as the first fucking frame of the animation, meaning you can literally just move the skill whenever the hell you want. And as long as you have the whatever's throwing you for the next half second, it's going to land its mark with very little consequence. But as useful as in PvE settings, it might be one of the worst ashes to ever take into online scuffles. Any person is slightly paying attention and dodge this and punish with anything they like while you're busy picking your ass up from the cliff. Number 39, Double Slash. Swords and polearms capable of slashing seems to be restricted, but think about what that encompasses. Equals regular and just katanas is what I'm saying. It seems people will be interested in throwing this on katanas and Son Kiba is undeniably strong, but it really catches people by surprise when they see you lose out on it. It's expectedly slow on big weapons, but it still ends up being faster than a standard R1 chain, which is very important on status modes, and in monitor the shield. Slashes guarantees at least 1 to 2 hits. It's a pretty solid choice. Number 58. This Ash is a goddamn trading machine. If you're charging up a heavy, you run straight into a colossal one, and that shit will just bounce right off. Typically, you need a bit of damage this way, as is the case with how trades go. The charge heavy damage is significant, especially when accompanied with more medallion and axles, but damage by itself isn't enough to beat. So the initial activation feels like it has a hyper to it, but activating it on reflex thinking someone's attack is just recoil off of you is a great way to end up in someone's favorite montage. Run charge is a little too slow on Colossal weapons for my taste. I tend to run this Ash on a great sword with great axe because I feel like those two weapon classes give you the best possible damage without being too compromising on speed. Number 37, Bloodblade. It might be objectively worse and less efficient than the default Bloodblade skill on Nubia, but leaving the argument there, I think is kind of disingenuous. The secret strength of regular Bloodblade is that it can be more weapon types than just daggers. It can be put on curved swords, katanas, and twin beams. Remember to use the weapon itself, so has an attack hitbox during the skill, not just the blood projectile, meaning you can potentially double the blood buildup on a blood-fitted weapon by getting up close to an enemy and treating it with it greens. And this bit of it gets pretty stupid on a weapon like the Kiba. Number 46, Golden Carry. Easily the second to best carries in the game. Gives you 2 additional frames, gives it 15 to parry frames compared to regular carries. The weapon can be put on medium shields with no detriment to the amount of other frames. And slight distance it just actually isn't all that slight. You know those morons that teach carries to actually B stands for some reason? That's what you can use this for. Targets, bell-bearing hunters, knights, godskin fuckers. You can carry great skills at a comfortable range, and you can carry failed spammers if you get lucky. And the brains magically line up because you're not pulling that off with sheer skill on this shit sack now. Number 35, Rareful Strength. Strength has never been easier. If you notice a single press X to wait function for saber limiting weapons, this right here is it. Rareful Strike has attack and B's of 35 and 600. So if whatever's standing in the way doesn't get their kneecaps eviscerated, it'll limit massive damage regardless of faith scaling. Not like that's even important because it's compatible with other things like heavy key and so to get back like the restricted range of weapon types and the wind-up speed of your dad's shitty lawnmower, but it still ends up having great utility in more situations than when it doesn't. Number 34, Frost Stomp. It's some people would be ashamed of songs. Plus, cheese cube of an answer there's risk from being as easy as a children's coloring book, and everyone just spits on it and gives it the silent treatment for the next 10 months. Think about fusion might not be the wall of desecration it used to be, but throwing this on a magic infused weapon can choke a good 1,000 damage or so out of it. It's a nice, comfortable, wide family attack that gets stacked with fist builds a dependable ranged option. It can bottom that can send invaders away from you, because people just forget about the second hit. The second hit just give a shot of type policy is good. Number 33, Rain of Arrows. I'm okay with people disagreeing on how high to put this Ash in the video, as long as people can acknowledge that I can develop Stockholm Syndrome for how many times the Golem guarding it kicks the shit out of you. The placement of this Ash is on unusual, which is is obviously because the dash enables that same cruelty against big threats, big targets, and dungeons, because it is fucking serious. This might literally be a physical projectile, and I'm completely okay with that. If anything, I question why Lightning can't do the same. It's fucking bigger. Let us cheat for a little bit. Come on. Number 32, determination. I don't think it's as simple as smart AR better across the board. You have cost gap is as wide as it is. It's objectively more efficient than the other. It's just that you're expected to run into two at completely different points of the journey. Determination 60% versus arcing 50% paper. But some people swear on the efficiency of determination. So after much deliberation, I've decided to just put these two right next to each other. Number 31, Royal Knights Resolve. Guys, let's just be real with each other for a minute. This shit needed to go. Okay, I don't necessarily agree with the severity of it. I did venture into certain territory. Something had to give with this. But it's efficiency versus determination is 50% damage from the very next attack. How time went on, and people began figuring out the intricacies of making a big ass number of them. Archdart has always felt heavy handed in unfit PD, but I personally think the sledgehammer was inevitable. And the first one hit run was up to 2. Third, relates challenge. It's pretty obvious why the weapon type variety is so limited as soon as you use it the first time. But I think that's plenty forgivable enough as long as it comes with a quality organic syrup to dress up all those pancakes. It starts to by pressing it with enemies.
Oh, what does she say? Oh! Oh, serious.
It might give you more value if you either stick on the lost weapon or just leave it on the one it comes with. No matter how good your opponent is, few things are scarier than a giant spatula with 2 out of speed, just threatening enough for you to suddenly doubt your dodging capabilities at the exact critical moment. Number 29, Chilling Mist. Way too many people just flat out do not know how this is supposed to be. Rocking Frostbite with this isn't the hardest thing in the world if you're targeting really slow enemies or enemies with aggressive AI, but you even get the weapon buff as a bonus to further accelerate the build-up if it isn't quick enough. In PvP, this is a great enough zoning tool because a lot can happen in a sheer 4 seconds of time, but the attack moves out fast enough to be a good trading option if you're consistent. And if you do score successfully, it almost immediately proc on someone before they even have time to roll out of the cloud. If you're fighting someone with a large weapon and you just have a pair of measly daggers, use the mist cloud to trap them in a tighter area where their weapon is more likely to ricochet off surfaces. The mist isn't your main source of damage, it gives you a weapon buff for a reason. Number 28, Vacuum Slice. This Ash gets constantly overshadowed by other more sensationalistic skills like Flaming Strike, Giant Hunt, Black Flame Tornado, whatever's popular with kids today. And that's honestly a real damn shame because Ashes like Vacuum Slice have only gotten better with time. Over the past few months, it's seen changes like friendlier vertical aiming, general casting speed buffs, and a bunch of other helpful additions. This was looked at as one of the more underwhelming weapon Ashes for a long time, so seeing it get like a propane truck at 1.10 makes me feel like a proud fan. In PvP, firing this point blank at someone who's dumb enough to trade against it is just textbook pipe rock use. I've seen dudes just casually whip this out against birds and Dragon Claw, and they just shrug it off like a sinus infection. It's amazing. Number 27, Barbaric War. If you're focusing solely on melee builds, the flexibility of this Ash cannot be overstated. It's just like Warcry had a similar effect that led to your charged heavies into running charged heavies, whereas Barbaric turns all your heavies into 3-hit chains. The more I play around with this Ash, the further I fall in love with it. The fact that this is both a single heavy attack and multi-hit combo makes it compatible with so many different talismans and physic combinations. Half the weapons I slapped on it, I fully expected to not be compatible with the Ash, and it subsequently ended up being the most powerful on those weapons. It took me 6 months to figure out how to put this shit up with claws, and I don't think I can prepare anyone for the flat-out viciousness of having combos on a weapon within it. That's climbing into felony levels of benefits aside from it. Obviously, a mini flint blade phalanx is one of the better spells you can ask for on a successful spell carry, as it gives you the opportunity to set up a base. Unlike Golden Retaliates, which immediately fires predictable as shit missile, Fox's Miriam, which just flings it over the fence and into the neighbor's yard. If the expends FE if the parry is successful, and it works with your own projectiles like ones from Bloodstone Scrap. It only has 6 physical parry frames, but physical parries also cost 0 FE. And compatible with medium shields means it can be shields with high base magic against like the Albanor shield. Number 25, Barricade Shield. This is shield management. It's filed into unrated no matter how bad it is. Never wanted to experience what it's like to run fingerprint shield without the cumbersome weight of facing rightful judgment from your peers or the equivalent. Barricade Shield doesn't last long by any means, but that's not its job. As long as it can prevent one salvo of otherwise fatal attacks from something, it is solid. Dodging's turn. Just block the lady's waterfowl. Sure, just hold up the shield and block the whole goddamn thing. Number 24, Earthshaker. Another Ash I was planning to throw somewhere in the middle of the list and not expect people to defend it. I'm glad I can consensus in Queens. Because I have literally thousands of hours invested into this game, and this is one of the few weapon Ashes I just never use. And after planting that follow-up or two, I can honestly say this Ash utterly fucking specs. It moves out much quicker than you'd expect for a heavy Infinity Ash. The decent hyper armor allows you to take a reasonable amount of punishment that doesn't seem aggressive, but still takes a lot of effort to break through, and which you even need to commit to the follow-up R2, because the shockwave is easily reaching to thousands on an optimal build. Number 23, Piercing Fang. Somewhat simple to deal with, that it punishes people reliant on shields. And unlike Thrust, this one invalidates shields completely, so even if someone decides to whip out the fingerprint wall, you aren't exactly defenseless against it. It has the damage of Giant Hunt plus shield penetration, which is extremely powerful no matter what situation you find yourself in. So you might be wondering why I haven't mentioned those two yet, thus revealing both of them to be further up the list than this one. That's because Piercing Fang comes with a single tremendous caveat, which is the fact that it can significantly easier than the others. Still, damage negation on small shields usually has much more easy to use, but just something to consider. Number 22, Quick Step. Oh my, all the things I can say about this. Well, firstly, I think Quick Step gets nerfed 1.10, hopefully dissuaded a lot of people. If your build lends itself to critical hits, Quick Step is far from the worst dodge you can start with. Backstepping is considerably easier. Left camera at the distance is comfortable enough. You aren't parading yourself across the backyard and potentially off the side of a cliff or anything. It's just stepping, preferably with a touch of quickness, so as to see you are stepping quickly. Number 21, Giant Hunt. I'm generally don't prefer this for other options like personal violence or like Rust, but there's one specific trait that gives you a massive edge over other Ashes, which is the fact that it can be put on colossal weapons. This Ash on the Great Sword absolutely just shits damage. This Ash gives mileage against watching. It's a preferable option versus the upward stab makes it really easy to target the heads of dragons, and the sudden forward advance is commonly underestimated among newer players and people, which leads to some pretty cheeky one-shots. Number 20, Glintstone Pebble. Only allowing for swords and polearms capable of thrusting doesn't exactly enforce flexibility, but the fact that it can be used on two of the most impressive weapon types of medium 7 for my opinion. I'm not here to weigh in on whether or not that voice was needed way back when, because part of me doesn't even feel like it really matters. This break was a nice cherry on top of the hate Sunday, but subsequent cartoon. That following stab is as inevitable as daylight, and as a result, should be expected if you pay attention to like if you really want to make someone lose. But cast the double that makes just wait for the second roll before turning another one to hit them immediately after. Number 19, it barely thrusts. I prefer this for Giant Hunt for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the turning radius is actually very flexible, so if you're able to do the skill and then quickly walk onto something during the startup, you can pretty much guarantee hits on enemies basically leaning sideways, or in some cases even with your back turned. The difference isn't much, but the voice break potential is really something special. It has this ability to one of us, being able to move through shields and potentially multiple enemies, and the recovery time is a little quicker from shields to some suffocating tactics. It's straightforward both literally and mechanically, and sometimes the simplest choice, I think, is the best. Number 18, Gold Foul. One spell the Ash variant, less sufficient spell, and I guess there would be some things there, because this section is going to be shadowed by Raleigh Alexander anyways, but that would be missing the point of the Ash completely. I'm not swept my balls off grinding out 25 faith for a spell that's really marginally better than what I already have. Gold Vow is to be that to stand out, because the secret to its strength is the fact that it stacks with fucking everything. So people think that cheap stat that saves me 10 or so levels down the road. That left Ash to come and take advantage of it. Number 17, Ice Spear. Didn't they give this a nerf like a year ago? Well, whatever it was, I'm pretty sure it didn't do ass, because this feels exactly as powerful as it was on day one. Essential skills with the hitboxes on the startup spin, which means using this in melee range can provide up to 3 extra attacks that each do their own voice damage. When the projectile hits in tandem with this, it is a real fuck to do this, because it'll either spring smaller enemies in a single get dangerously in frostbite. Using it as a ranged option is exponentially effective. It isn't dodge AI, usually carry out to avoid it, and those 3 initial attacks now have reasonably good voice damage with an insanely quick startup and recovery. It takes 1 to 10. So if someone commits to attacking you and tries to flinch you out of it, they'll almost always get sucker punched by the projectile. Number 16 is 7. Why even waste the energy coming up with a low-class paragraph when you applies? The fact that it exists within any proximity of what exaltation means you don't even need a clean goal to get its benefits. It works on a more spacious range of weapon types than it has a right to, and average exaltation often ends up giving you a 30% damage boost right out of the gate, over 22% in PvP. There are very weapon ashes that measure up to a buff like this in single player, but on the other hand, some can get very easy to mentalize your ass by throwing out raw aggression, and none of it matters. Number 15, Wings Darkness. Stops in time, squads and tracks and separate that's intelligence, extremely flexible, and behind lets you take hits like a cement wall. I haven't found a single thing in PvE that isn't a grab that could knock you out of this. And even that might be friendly is like typically no good cheap. But the notice delay on the word shockwave makes for plenty of fun to be had. Standing like damage this act is capable of, it needs to be talked about. Number 14, Storycaller. Storycaller is an interesting dynamic, and by interesting I mean fucking bullshit. And by fucking bullshit I feel when I'm the one getting hit by it. The advantage of the lingering boxes in closed space should be legally considered silent. It's both soaking the damage in a single ash. The fact that it's literally just wind makes it hard to judge the effective distance on the receiver, and the time to dodge when it's equal to, using scientific terms, spaz the fuck out. Ideally used on status weapons with longer range like the Nakakiba, great hammers with spectral effects like Great Stars, pretty much any out, it's just too good. Number 13, Black Terms, spaz the fuck out. Ideally used on status Plane or NATO. This is one of the very few ashes that can do it's everything you need to know about how strong it is by just being visually satisfying. words Black Flame Tornado strung together the sequence they are makes it hard to not be interested. Black Flame means much less work about to do in areas are severely underleveled, and the EOT effect doesn't reset like other Black Flame indentations, so this caught the enemy for more than like 2 seconds. Damage starts rolling up like someone dropped a car tire on kitchens. It receives a bit flat just because anything that's enemy with a quick wind up gets in your goal. It's extremely long animation that walks in place, meaning it's not too hard for someone to bait out the skill while their cousin is standing behind you tossing bones to your ass. Number 12 with Crack Wave on physical damage or poise damage at the same shitting time. This is D with the patch for strength. Spread Blade is incredibly good on both lighter and heavier weapons for completely different reasons. This boosted poise damage buff can give weapons like straight swords and daggers and bullets to be aggressive towards regular sized enemies. You're just gonna stand breaking that much quicker and with 15% more physical damage on the build.
Yeah, I'm playing over on Trinova with my guild from Fantasy Star Online. That would have been great though. How you doing, Rick? If I didn't have to worry about paying for separate subscriptions for different servers, I absolutely feel like I could play the game. Wow, 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 wow. What the hell is this quest? Oh, shit. Alright. I'm gonna go to East Shroud. I need a fucking mount. I need a mount. This is some bullshit. I'm just gonna have to buy a fucking spend the money. I can't remember what level can this play come out? I don't remember. Man, dude, I need to travel. Always walking. Fuck this shit. I'm tired of this bullshit walking, bro. Also, I need to visit my damn guild stuff. Getting back to some game requests that's good with right. Yeah, I just started a new character. I went ahead and got on Steam and I bought the game. So I can play with my guild on Fantasy Star Online because basically we're just kind of like our guild leader was basically like, hey, you know, Fantasy Star has been just kind of bullshit. Sega's just doing shit work. So, started pushing Final Fantasy 14 on the server. Yeah, cool. So I went ahead and picked the game up. Got the 30-day. Started a new character because I wasn't on this server. I was playing on Lara. The last time I played, I was playing with some of my D&D guys. It sucks because I wasn't on the server before, and I was like, damn, gotta count stuff that I can't get. It's ass. I gotta buy new cosmetics, mounts, and shit. I don't know, I probably won't buy any cosmetics this time. Definitely sure gonna buy it by the pound. Beekeeper, don't die, dude! You need to live, you motherfucker. Beekeeper! You were so young! Takes care of that. You know, I'm playing Arch. You know, part of me kind of wants to be so I can get a. So I can get into it. I really love Nickel and I got to try it for a little bit. That's a lot of fun. Man, I played Bard. I played Sweet Tunes on my fucking instruments, man. My little MIDI player. Just go around playing tunes on my. Alright, that's some noise, motherfucker. Come on. I need some more, Yep, that's basically where I'm at. That's what I did on my last character. I played Bard. I played Bard because I wanted to be the ranged DPS, and I was like, well, Ninja can do that, but it's really primarily a thief. So I kind of have to be up close to people. I don't like it. It's not really a ranged DPS, and I didn't want to play a mage. So it's just like, okay, I guess I'll go Archer. And then I was like, oh shit, I play Bard, I play team and shit. Fucking sexy. Absolutely going for that. Speaking of sexiness, I need to find a leatherwork hero because that is my favorite crafting class. I've done a little bit of the mage classes, just so I can play the mage. So I have a little bit of experience, not a ton. I wish blue mage wasn't like a limited class, It's so much fucking fun playing this shit. My name. Sir. I got you. Oh, yeah. You gotta stand still a lot. Can't really move around with the mage. That's true. Ah, man. I need some more Phoenix samplings. Oh, wait. Did I get the log for that already? Oh, I did. Oh, I killed one. Oh, that's nice. Look at these guys with all these very lore friendly ass names. My guild. Oh man. I just cannot do that when I do RPG stuff. I can't make names sound medievally. I just don't like. I don't like doing that. Sunbreaker. Brickguns. Oh man. No, I'm not doing any escort fate train now. Fuck the train. Yeah, that's true. That's why I don't. Yeah, I just can't fuck with the name and stuff. Like, no, I'm good. It's too much work. Alright, so I need to go back to the central shop. Alright. Oh yeah, that's right. I still gotta do that. Let's go to New Britannia. And I've got stuff I need to do here. Wait for that. Send me to the Archers Guild, baby! I need to go talk to the London workers. Where the fuck they're at. Yep, honey, blah blah blah, yep. Hold the dog. Hello? Just chill, just doing some comments. Oh, yeah. I'm not. Who? Oh, see, everyone. They're right. Yeah. All right. So we'll talk to him so that I can read this quest. This guy's such a dickhead. Anyway. Jesus. So old Gridania, huh? Alright, let me finish up this last little bit of stuff and I'll get ready to head out. That level work is good. So that's definitely gonna join them. Carpentry? Hell. Oh, woodworking. Fuck that shit. I'll pass. Leatherworking. Ornament. Armor. Metal hand. You want to be a leather worker? Damn right. Millicent? Oh, I know that's a familiar name. Playing a lot of Elden Ring. Alright. Yes. Another work unlocked. Okay, come on. Alright. Alright, let's see what I can make. Alright. Apothecary, trade cap, craft supplier. Let's see if I can buy a better crafting knife. Jeweler, tailor, tool supplier. That's what I need. Better tools. Level 8. Not sure. Turn off the oven. Okay. Well, all right. We're gonna go ahead and exit the game. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. I need to out. I will see you guys later. Good. As always, stay golden.